I've been choosing the best times to stream lately, I swear. I'll try to stream earlier tomorrow. This depends like what I'm doing, because I'm also doing a recording of a session I'm playing people as well. With like Monster Hunter World on a different channel that I'm like helped managing as well. That'd be pretty good. Let's see if I can lower the music. But yeah, I have went through the Linux ringer lately when it comes to trying to like, I don't know, yeah, to make sure the music's not drowning me out, just make sure that it's like, I have went through like, I don't know, I still use Linux Cement on the streaming PC, right? Which I do need to update my specs on my, see something. I need to update my specs on my, no, I might just turn frame generation on and see what happens. Anyways, but yeah, I've went through the Linux ringer when it comes to like a bunch of things lately. Because, like, yeah, my streaming PC is fine. I did have a little bit of an issue with it because it accidentally was in secure boot mode. And it wouldn't load the NVIDIA driver. So I had to turn that off. But all that issue's done, right? I'm still sort of working on quality settings for the stream. I think I solved my whole microphone issue for the most part. At least I hope I did. So I'm not peaking. at least I'm not peaking on the time, so I can always like just adjust it. Let's go ahead and just do that. Yeah, so it's like it's hitting the yellow and it's not hitting the red, but you know, people can still hear me because I do talk quite. I talk kind of quiet unless I'm like really excited or about something, or something like wild happens, you know. So I am a kind of a quiet speaker most of the times, but basically, I had originally installed Nobara on this computer. That's what I originally did, on the gaming computer, and the main problem I was having was it just didn't want to work after a while. And I think like I don't know what the whole issue is behind what Nobara's last update, but it like borked a bunch of systems. The subsystems are fine. Like I know a friend, Rogue Ren, his system's fine, right? But like a lot of people, including my own, well, I kept booting into a black screen no matter what I did. So I was like, what am I gonna do? I see in Glorious Agral's Discord that there's a OS called Pika OS, and I was like, let me check that out. Let me see what this is about, because I've heard about it. I just never really used it. Like I've tried it Vanilla OS before. I have Catchy OS on my laptop now because I just feel like having it on there. Like as far as like the whole Linux thing goes, I very much do like everything Linux is providing. I like every little bit of it because it's cool. It's cool as shit. Granted, there might be some issues here and there, but that's just the thing that's going to happen with any Linux distribution, really. It's not going to be super perfect. Like, Linux Mint is stable, but it's not perfect. It does have a little bit of its own issues, like the lack of Wayland, for example. I mean, you can still use Wayland, but it's experimental, but some things are just not working right. Either way, you know, I don't think Wayland's like... I don't think it's ride or die right now. I think Xworks is fine, but like as far as like Wayland goes, I am running Wayland on Pika OS, and Pika OS. Let me just show you a couple things real quick, because right now this game is running just fine on the hybrid Mesa drivers, right? Which I think are going to be the new ones that are going to happen on the 19th, anyways, with stable, which honestly is really good. Because the stable drivers for this game, for Monster Hunter Wilds, is kind of shit. It makes everything kind of choppy. But this kind of just fixes it. Because I'm running the game at like a decent frame rate now. Doing pretty good. This is a Debian-based distribution, but it is the most up-to-date Debian-based distribution. Which is fucking wild to me. Very wild to me. I love it. You know, it's really good. I like it when the distributions know what the fuck they're doing, for the most part. And, I mean, granted, there's still some issues with this OS, but I can still run games on it just fine. Absolute worst case scenario, I still have Catchy OS I can install on this computer. But for now, I'm still running Pika OS because, I've only used it for like a day. And only ran into one GPU issue, which I think is a Mesa, regression kind of problem. But I don't know. It fixed itself when I rebooted the computer anyways. Hopefully it doesn't freeze, though. That would suck. Either way, I was using Nobara. Let me see if I can go to desktop with this. That's the wrong fucking keyboard. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. See, this is fine. See the FPS? That's frame generation. Good shit. Anyways, let me see if I could like show the desktop. Take a desktop. This is my desktop. This is the current desktop I am running. Obviously you can see the Nargacuga behind me. Or if I move myself. That is the wrong keyboard. I keep doing this shit, I don't know why. Let's see here. So, this is the current desktop. Not the prettiest way of showing it, but this is how I'm doing it. There we go. Here's the desktop. And I have all my stuff here, right? This is all the normal stuff I would normally have anyways. However, there is things with this desktop that I think is really cool. Like if I wanted to change my Mesa driver, I can do that. I can change it to right now I'm on hybrid, which is basically between both of these. But I can also change to Git or stable, or whatever the fuck that is. But I can definitely, oh shit. Oh god, I didn't even know that was a thing. A decommit pet to provide Xbox One kernel. This fucking OS just keeps providing me more and more that I just not even aware of. Holy crap. Anyways. Not only that, you know, you could do, you know, you update via Pikmin. There might be like a welcome to Pica OS. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm just like, I could probably just turn the game off. I'll do that real quick. I don't have to like worry about it like locking me out, I don't think. Actually, I'm not gonna risk that. I will not risk that. Either way, you get all your steps, which this is very familiar because this is like certain things are kind of forked from Nobara, which is really good actually. But you get all these, you know, it updates your system, provides you with media codecs, it has the kernel, it has the driver manager. You can also change your kernels, which is really good. The software manager is kind of fine. I mean, it uses Discover. One thing I kind of don't like is if I'm going to get something via FlatHub, I have to get it through Discover in order for it to show up on my computer correctly, most of the time. That is the only drawback, I would say. You have to get all the Flatpaks through Discover, which I'm assuming is also through FlatHub. Either way, it's fine. Then you get to install all the game utilities, which the game utilities it provides you is Steam, Luatrisk, Overlay, you know, VKBat, and pretty much everything you would need. And then it even goes even further than that, because it provides you with the extras, which is really good. And also the device configurations. So you get a hell of a lot with this OS. And I think that's good. Now, hopefully this OS continues to keep going. I feel like you get more through this stuff here than you do that you even get through, like, I think Catchy OS. Why the fuck is this a thing now? I need to turn that off. I hate that. That's the only thing I don't like about KDE is when it does this. Look how big that cursor is. I don't like this. I need to turn this off. I have no idea how this setting even got enabled. Look how big this is. Don't you think it'd be possible to crash the OS doing this? Oh shit. Yeah. But either way, I don't like stuff like that. So let me just fix that real quick, actually. System settings. Mouse. Accessibility, shake cursor. Why the fuck is that on? Oh, my other stuff didn't get. I thought I turned that off. Why was that even on? Is there even like other stuff? Like, yeah, you get power management stuff, like the performance, everything is good here. So I think that's like the only thing I forgot to turn off, actually. Anyways, this is really good. It provides you with everything you need. You can get your new icons and themes based on how you actually want to have it, which honestly, like if I wanted to do that, I could launch it. And it'll open up this. I'm using Florp and Fire Dragon for different things. So apparently this is a thing you can use, right? Which I might end up learning how to change things for that. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how important that is. They have a wiki if in case you get stuck. Like a little Wayland thing. Hey, you got the wiki. The wiki will tell you what you can do. Discord and subreddit's pretty cool. And you can also support Pica OS, which is really cool. So I'd say, like, from my experience of using this... Oh, this is like when it wasn't focused. Wait, why is the FPS so low? Hold up. There we go. So it's like, it's probably because the window wasn't focused. That's probably what happened. But like, so far, I kind of like it. I just kind of like it because it's just really good. Also, I don't know how loud the game was when I was talking through all that, so. Anyways. We got a game to play. This is a game I've been wanting to play for a little while now. Pretty good stuff. Gotta check certain things. But yeah, it's pretty good stuff. I love it. And honestly, I think like we needed more OSs like this. No idea why the... Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck is going on with this? I'm gonna go ahead and just relaunch the game and just see what happens. Oh god, I didn't mean to take a fucking photo. Okay. Wait. There's another game I do want to play though. It's called Fate Reawakened, which will be a game I'll probably play on certain days whenever I'm done being strung into a co-op session with people. That'll likely happen, or it might happen like in the mornings, on the weekends or something. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and just reboot this computer real quick. Just for like, you know, certain things. I'm gonna reboot it. But yeah, this uses the refined boot manager, which some people say is kind of bad. Because you can, because if it's not configured correctly, it can cause you to not be able to boot into your OS. Worst case scenario, again, I do have Linux Mint. Because I'm never getting rid of that OS, honestly. It's a really good fallback. But yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good stuff, honestly. Let me go ahead and so it's gonna do that. Let's me into the OS. I'm gonna choose different sessions. Right now I'm on Wayland. I do also have Cinnamon installed because I like Cinnamon. But it's just in case something bad happens and I have to like get that desktop set up for whatever reason. But yeah, we're back in here. And now I get access to all this stuff here. You know, good stuff. Beat the game up. But yeah, for the most part, like for a Debian-based system, like you would think, like most other Debian installs, like the packages take forever to come out. I think it might be slightly faster with Pika OS. What was that VRAID? Okay, it's just an X-Ray thing. Either way. Alright, we're gonna play the game. We'll get rid of that screenshot later. Yep, there we go. See, that's why I had my hunch that I should probably restart the computer because I was like fucking with it basically. Yeah. Should find my ring light and install it again because I don't have it. For now, this is fine though. But yeah, this is gonna compile the Vulkan shaders. Hopefully, it's not gonna do the stuttering thing, which it did the stuttering thing on Mesa Stable, but it didn't do it a couple times. I booted up on Mesa Hybrid. But I'm gonna go ahead and let it, you know, compile its Vulkan shaders. I do want to eventually start streaming Fate Reawakened, because when I was younger, I was playing on the Windows XP computer, and it's one of those things that it's like, so Wild Tangent Games was the people who originally made the game, and before, like on the wind, like it was like the same time when like Purple Place was out. You know, you could play stuff like I don't know, like Space Cadet at the time. There's like other things you could have done too. I can't think of the other Wild Tangent games, but the one that really sticks out is Fate, and I'm kind of glad Fate ended up getting re-released on Steam because I do have the original ones in my library. But I played a little bit of Fate Rio. Well, I opened it up, I didn't play it, but like, it looks really good, and it is a pretty good Diablo clone. It probably would be my favorite one based on just nostalgia, really. I just hope it's not gonna like have issues, you know. And you know, so far it booted up just fine on Linux. Straight up, it just booted up fine. That's good. I think on the 19th there's also going to be a Mesa update for the Mesa drivers, because right now I'm on the hybrid Mesa Git drivers, which basically I'm playing on drivers that are not technically released yet until the 19th. But when Mesa Stable gets updated, that is when that will be available, I hope, on most distributions. That's something that I read on ProtonDB. I'm not entirely certain on the legitimacy of that, but I'm just gonna hold it with a grain of salt until I see like a GitHub, you know, update kind of thing. Besides that, it's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff so far. I am definitely impressed by the Pika OS with how it's handling things as like a gaming distribution. Because if they can like continually get updated, continually be optimized for the games that it's gonna play on Steam, Heroic, you know, Luatris models and stuff like that, it's probably gonna be really solid. At the moment, it's more stable than Debian. I mean, at the moment, it's more stable than Pop OS and well, I don't know about Pop OS actually. Pop OS is kind of hit or miss for me, honestly. I tried to use Pop OS for my streaming computer. That didn't go well at all. So Linux Mint was a streaming computer, and that's just how it's gonna work, you know, from now on. I'm not changing anything on the streaming computer either, unless there's like some of these wild plugins that I might need, you know, later on. Pretty good stuff though. Regardless, I do think that when the new Mesa drivers come for the stable version on the 19th, I could just switch to stable for now, and just like hopefully it's not going to cause problems. I did have an issue on Monster Hunter World when I was playing it. I did play it for like close to like 3 hours. So where it froze the system. Well, I mean, the system was froze, but I was still able to hit the reset button. So I think the game just froze. I think it might be some sort of weird regression in Mesa for that game. So if I play that game again, I'm probably going to switch to the stable drivers for that one. Because the Git drivers are still kind of experimental in a way. Even if this is Mesa stable with the Git Vulkan stuff, like the Vulkan stuff is definitely still experimental. Regardless, it still works just fine. It works especially well for Monster Hunter Wilds right now, which, you know, when the next update comes, I can imagine that it's gonna be more optimized when the stable version does drop for it, which is gonna be good. Yeah, it's gonna be fine, I think. Moving forward though, moving past that thought, I will end up making tutorials in the future using my laptop, because I know my laptop can sort of handle most of it. I'll probably just use the laptop as like the sort of set up the computer, sort of get things going, sort of, you know, log in the Steam. This is how you install this, and this to get the VTubing stuff going. For each individual OS that I think I can use. That means that an Ubuntu-based distribution, an Arch-based distribution, a Fedora-based distribution, Debian-based distribution, because it should all be about the same optimizing game data, and that's what you should be seeing every time you load up the game. Yeah. Open Thus, FreeBSD, NixOS. I even know I didn't list it in the little group I'm talking to. I do want to try them out to see if I can get things working on that, which that would require me to get an adapter for my laptop that it's missing, and then get a like a 128 204 gigabyte SSD. I'm not spending a hell of a lot on an SSD if I'm just testing stuff. No, not doing that. At least a 250, you know, or 500 gigabyte SSD, like whatever is cheaper. Then I could put the OSs on there. I can test them. I could make a list of OSs that work with certain things and work with some, and if some things don't work, I can give you a list of things that do work. I do think for the mass majority of them, the window capture would still work. That's what I do think. But the game capture might be hit or miss depending on the OS. That I do think is going to be a bit of a problem, is the game capture part of it. Because it works just fine on Linux Mint, but like some of these OSs might be missing certain dependencies, or they might be on certain, or they might be based on certain editions of Ubuntu in order to even get that. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when I was trying to use Pop! OS, this is an issue I had. And it's straight up just going to be a problem for people who are trying to VTube and then decide that they are going to go with Pop! OS, right? If you're going to install the game capture plugins or drivers, Pop! OS is still on Ubuntu Jammy. Pop! OS cannot get those proper Vulkan or proper VK capture drivers for OBS unless you can try to find a way to get it done through the Flatpak, which I highly doubt. But you need to be able to use the game capture thing. It's like, yes, it will still you could still use the VTuber on Pop! OS. That will still work. But as far as trying to get it to show up on OBS, that is a problem. Because right now they're still on Ubuntu Jammy. I'm on Ubuntu Linux Mint is based on Ubuntu Noble right now. Jammy is the prior version because they haven't updated it yet because the people at System 76 are waiting until Cosmic drops to update it. By the time Cosmic drops and gets updated, then yes, I do think it will work. Yeah, I do think it will work by then. I do remember when I was on Linux Mint 21. I was using the window capture method because that's what worked at the time. When Ubuntu Noble came around, it's probably already worked around with Ubuntu Noble, but like Ubuntu Noble came around, well, those just worked on the system, and hopefully they continue to work, which obviously I think they should. And cause I can guess a lot of these get backported or they get different package names that sort of get replaced and stuff, so that might be an obstacle later on, but like for now I think it's fine because game capture works, and game capture can capture stuff on Steam and stuff on Bottles and Luatris, so that really helps with like trying to get a VTuber on Linux going. One of the things that Linux is sort of missing is Spout 2, which I do hope somebody finds a way to build Spout 2 in Linux, because if they could do that, get it connected to VTube Studio, and then have that connected to OBS, that way if I'm not focused, I can still press my toggles without having to worry about anything really. That is what I do think, and that's what I hope happens in the future for that. But I do think it's very important to at least test these OSs just to make sure that they're not going to be a problem later on as far as like trying to get things set up. Because as long as I can put it out there that it's like VTubing is possible on all these OSs, then it would be possible on the OSs they're based off of as well, which would be even better. And like, I don't even HDR output. Do I have HDR? Huh. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good on here. All right, we're gonna try to run it like this. If not, I can always change settings. But right now, this is running super smooth. Bolivia and Ice Shard Cliffs. Okay. I do think the game sort of looks fine. I don't really want to. I don't want to download the high resolution texture pack. That shit, like, it's just too much. It's much more than what World was offering. Oh my god. Honey. Honey. Okay. Eventually I will end up having a... I will end up having a... Dude, how the fuck do I sound on stream right now? I'm just gonna keep about that. Dude, how the fuck do I sound on stream right now? I sound fine on stream. Regardless, I need to sort of like lower it just a little bit. There we go. But, I do think I need to get back into my routine at some point after I'm done with this Monster Hunter World Co-op with people. It sort of is eating into the stream time a little bit. I might link the playlist on my channel when it's done. But for now, it's like, this is what's going on with that. I would be streaming a lot sooner than this, which hopefully I'll try to do that tomorrow if nobody's doing anything. But the likelihood of me doing that probably won't be very likely. I'll still do my best to stream as much as I can though. It's not like I'm not doing anything. It's just like I'm recording a lot of things for a different channel that my friends have made. My friends have managed. So there's that. But fuck am I even going? Let's see here. You know what? I'll go fight him. I'm just gonna fight him. I want the armor anyways. No. Actually, I don't want to fight him. I kind of just want to go to my next objective. Bro, stop. Stop. No. Where's the Ice Shard Cliffs at? Here it is. All right, we're gonna go there. But yeah, it's very cool having to being able to use Linux and stuff. Like, I know some people just don't like me using it. Mainly people that I know, that I've known for a while. Like they, I think they think that, like, I don't think they care that much, but I also think like sometimes they care. Like, oh, this wouldn't have happened on Windows. Like, I don't give a shit. I want to use Linux. That's just how it's going to be. I do not feel like using Windows 11 unless I absolutely have to for a job. You know, that's the only exception. But for personal use, knowing me, for personal use, I've been using Linux for a number of months. Albeit maybe slightly different distributions on one computer and then, you know, other things. I've been using it a decent amount of time. I've been using it confidently enough. I've been using it so, you know, I've been using it so so much lately that I'm pretty much just used to it now. I don't see any issues with me using it. outside of the ones that are like kind of blatant that I've already, you know, can deal with. But like, okay. No idea what the game's doing, but we're gonna deal with it while I talk. But yeah, it's just been like, I thought Linux was gonna be a fucking bad experience when I was first using it. I thought Linux was gonna be probably the worst experience of my time trying to switch from Windows to a different OS entirely, because I knew about Linux. I just never really messed with it for a while. And then when I decided to go all in on it, I had realized that yes, you can use Linux to stream on. You can use it to play your games on, and it'll be completely fine. Because people are always fixing the problems that do occur, which is really good. Not to mention, I can play my games without an update trying to nag me. I've seen so many things about Windows lately. Like, this didn't happen on all that. Like, Windows 7, yeah, you would get updates. That's the only issue with that, right? Windows 10, you get notifications and updates. Okay? Windows 11, it would also have those issues, but then you would also get ads, random ass pop-ups, like who does, what does Microsoft think they're doing? Like, I know you cooked with the Xbox, but damn, your fucking computer's OSs kind of fucking suck right now. Like, there are gonna be a number of people who will say, I am not gonna use Windows anymore when Windows 11 is a de facto thing. They're either gonna A, be like Windows 7 users and stay on Windows 10 for the foreseeable future and never move off of it for as much as they can. Or they're going to get on something like Atlas OS or a different custom Windows OS to use their computers. Or they're going to spend more money getting a MacBook and barely, just using that. Or they're going to do the thing that I think that they should probably do. You can no longer stay in Windows if Windows is no longer usable for you. I highly suggest you get on a Linux distribution that is similar to Windows but not the same. And two Linux distributions that fit in my head is Zorin OS, Linux Mint. Because they're, when you're going right into it, they're pretty good entry points as far as a traditional desktop interface with no bullshit, really. You don't even have to use the terminal, right? People are like, oh, you gotta use Linux to use the terminal. Like, you don't have to use the terminal. The terminal for a standard Linux user nowadays, even if they're just starting out, is very optional. It used to not be that way, but it is that way with a lot of these beginner distributions or gaming focused distributions. A lot of things just sort of get installed for you. That way you're able to do what you can. So like, and even if you don't want to mess with like a desktop, you just want to game on your computer, you can install something like Bazite. Like, some people might benefit from immutable distros as well. Those are mainly the people who just like want a console like experience at that point. But if you're having like a desktop, when Nobara fixes their issues, I would recommend Nobara. For now, I don't recommend using Nobara until they fix their problems. Like, I cannot recommend that OS to somebody because in its current state with Nobara, if you install it on some computers, you just get a black screen. You have to go to a TTY, which is a terminal interface, in order to get back into it. And there might be a chance that it doesn't get you back into the GUI back on the next restart. What you'd have to do is you'd have to keep doing it until it worked, right? But now this is I'm using Pico OS. I recommend, like, you know, I'll try to like recommend like 5 different OSs right now. 5 ones that I think I can confidently recommend for somebody trying to start out that will not give you very many problems. Linux Mint, obviously. Pop OS, you know, I can kind of recommend that one still. Pico OS. Apache OS. And, you know, Blast OS, I think it's probably like the easiest to use, honestly. And I guess you can use Zorin. Like, Zorin isn't like a strong recommendation of mine because it does have its own little issues. Oh my god, look at this fucking beast. Oh god. Oh, I have 2 different Ghillie man. Oh, the Rocksteady mantle. Cool. Cool. Why can you put more than one Ghillie mantle on? That's so cool. But yeah, I recommend those OSs over a lot of them right now. Because in its current state, I wouldn't want to recommend an OS that somebody has to absolutely use the terminal for. Like, I don't recommend Vanilla Arch. I don't recommend Vanilla Ubuntu. I don't recommend Fedora. You know, I don't recommend starting out. Oh, bare minimum OSs is what I like to call them. Because they give you the bare minimum to work with and you're just kind of left on your own to kind of decide what you need to do. But if you have an OS with optimized defaults... Oh god. Like, you know, Pico OS, you know, when Nobara was fixed, maybe Nobara at the time, but like... Let me just make sure I don't die. This is epic. An epic boss fight. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. I want to cut his tail off though. Oh god. Okay, I think I'm good. But yeah, it's very cool stuff. But Linux isn't as hard as like what a lot of people think. Like, it's not that hard. If it even is hard at all. Which is honestly why a lot of people have, look at that. Which is honestly why a lot of people are starting to recommend it now. Because of all the issues Microsoft have introduced. Like what a lot of people have said, the best advertisement for Linux is Microsoft right now. Because let's be honest, Mac is not gonna really, you know, Mac is like not even a problem. I don't know why a lot of people don't have issues with Macs. Because they work. I know why a lot of people don't have problems with Macs trying to lie to you. Because they tell you everything up front. Oh, it sounds like Linux as well, you know? Because Mac OS is basically just baby Linux because it's Unix based. With Mac, you can install a thing called Homebrew, which is a package manager for Macs. That can also be installed on Linux. A MacBook is basically just a corporate Linux desktop. With some caveats. Obvious caveats, though. Like, it's not as free as Linux is. You pay for it. You gotta pay for that shit. And honestly, like, I used to love using Windows. Remember a time that I loved using Windows. Windows 10, Windows 7. But I stopped liking to use Windows when the first thing that happened was Microsoft was taking away vital updates to make the system run appropriately on Windows 10, thus causing the whole thing to glitch out and create random issues. Not only that, there were also problems with Windows 11. So when Windows 11 originally came out, people had thought that it's just a skin for Windows 10. It's got the same shit, you know. It's like, no, it's got a slightly different code base to it. At least at the time, it had a slightly different code base. Now it's like a completely different one. Well, not completely different, but it's like it's more shit basically. It's more shit. It likes to nag you multiple times. It's very unintuitive to use unless you like customize the fuck out of it with third-party programs. You know, very unintuitive in my opinion. Like, Windows wants to be Mac too much. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Like, what? Alright, did I get hit with a blight? Why's my health so far down? Oh, come on. Good shit. Like, I have mad problems trying to use, like I can use Windows, I can use Mac, I can use Linux. I know how to use them, right? But I have issues with a company trying to take away my customizations away. Not only that, they also had fucked up the control panel in Windows 11. In Windows 11, the control panel didn't used to have like a lot less to it. It actually had more to it. I mean, you can fully customize your desktop the way you want it, right? Configure it. Well, Microsoft had either, you know, put a lot of these utilities that are vital for the system to run behind 5 different windows, or they completely took them out and replaced them with slightly worse variations of them. Like, let's say you're a power user for Windows 11, right? This is what you have to do. You have to go to their settings. Put that shit in best performance, right? Not only do you have to put it in best performance, you also have to find a way to get to power settings and then put that in high performance. Oh god, what the hell? Holy shit. What the fuck? I was not ready for that. I did not know he could do that. Like, straight up. Did not know. All right, there we go. I'm all up, topped up. All right, good shit, good shit. But yeah, like if you want full access to your computer, right? And you want to be able to use all your hardware, because Windows 11 also has an overhead issue. Oh, it's just like Windows 10. No, Windows 10 didn't have the same overhead issue. If you have too much overhead with your OS, right? It makes things kind of inconvenient to use. You lose performance on the shit that otherwise you shouldn't be losing performance on. Oh god. Oh my god. That is crazy. That's fucking wild to me. This is a wild fucking dragon. This is crazy. Okay, okay. This is so cool. And thank goodness for fucking DirectX to Vulcan. Thank goodness for that. Okay, okay. And honestly, like, if any VTuber ever sees my guide and they ever need help getting set up with VTubing on Linux, they have to know a couple things. They can reach out to me. I won't have any issue with that. Be happy to help. That's one more person on Linux, you know? Also, you have to understand, there's certain games that won't work. Mainly the kernel level anti-cheat kind of games. So stuff like League of Legends, stuff like, stuff like League of Legends, stuff like, I don't know, Valorant, Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite does work through the cloud, that's different, but, you know, certain games just won't work. Oh my god. You have to fucking run? Normally my instinct is to roll through shit like that. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Use my bow gun real quick. Okay. Oh god, no. No! I've never fought a monster like this before. Oh my god. But yeah, it's basically like 95% of the games that are on Steam that are like single player or multiplayer games that have anti-cheats that play nice with this don't have the issue of not being able to be used on Linux. It doesn't exist. I gotta... Oh, come on. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, a lot of Linux distributions are really good. And I do hope like I could start making videos on them. You know, this getting things working, show people. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm not sure what happened. Oh.
先ほどまでの寒さが嘘のようだ。
なぜかここだけ気候が安定しています。何かに守られてるって言われても信じられそう。あそこ、さっきいた場所だ。あの場所を越え
City.
てきたんだね。あれ？もしかしてあなた方は
Ooh, pet Poogie. Poogie.
この辺りはこれで終わり？
上の収穫は誰が言ってるって？
耳の方が言ってくださってるよ。この辺りに耳の方がいらっしゃるはず。恐れ入ります。私、アルマと申します。耳の方はどちらでしょうか？
よく来たね。待っていたよ。
もしかしてあなたが。
ああ、森人がそう呼んでいるものならね。
はじめまして。私たちは。
よろしよろし。だいたい聞いたから。やっと会えたね。ちょっといい？これはまた。疲れただろ？今日は休んで。
教えてください。僕、森人でナタって言います。ガーディアンがいて、アルシュベルトが里を。
そのガーディアンのことを聞きたいんだね。
はい。あいつは外に出て食べるようになって。
ガーディアンがなぜ生まれたかを知っている？
森人が作ったから。
ついておいで。
Alright. Oh.
かつての都、リュートですね。
I'm not sure what's going on with me right now.
前のことだろうね。都の民は無限のエネルギーを
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Well, I feel better.
そうそうよろしいんですか。
ありがとう。
食事の場は坂を登った場所です。
Oh my god. The fucking rice and hamburger I ate earlier really did me in. Yeah, how's the performance right now? Pretty good.
ジェマがいないな。また後で来よう。
ゆっくり歩いてくるといいよ。
I'll keep this door open. There's no way I'm keeping this shit closed. I'm getting like no ears in here. Oh yeah. My air filter off. That could be also the issue as well. Let me turn my other fan on as well. You're gonna hear you might hear fans. Maybe. I have some air circulation. There'll be a fan going. I'm gonna turn the fucking air conditioning on for a little bit. Well, actually, no, my roommate's home. I can't do that.
ここにいたのか。
はい、ここはす。
いいの。
はい。
こちらへ待っていたよ。
どうぞ。
ありがとう。
ありがとう。
いただきましょう。
I'm gonna check see how it is outside, because I might open my window. Give me a second.
ごちそうさまでした。
とても美味しかったです。
それはよかった。せっかくだからおしゃべりしていきましょう。
I'm gonna open my window. Oh shit. Oh. I'm having a life. Should allow some player to get in the room. People might be able to hear me outside, but I don't give a fuck. All right, we're ready. We're ready to go. I think I also think I have heartburn. I don't have the money to get Tums, so I'd like to have the money for that, but I don't have it yet. But I feel better. I feel a lot better right now. The reason why I'm skipping through all this stuff is because I can literally watch a playthrough. Somebody doing that. Plus, I'm not really super interested in the story right now. I will be interested when I watch a video. Because it'll be more locked in for that. I might end up also watching all the cutscenes in its consecutive order. So I'm kind of behind everybody else, and I want to catch up with my friends who are playing the game. Understand, please? Alright. We talked to... Oh my god, it feels so much better in here. Oh, damn. Look at that. The sharpness isn't even that great. Sharpness is better. I might actually go fight a Guardian Rathalos. Yeah, let's go do that. Let's fight a Guardian Rathalos. I kinda need his weapon. Oh, that's a safe zone. It's cool. Oh god. Okay. 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 All right.
モンスターの落とし物がありますよ。
Okay. Get up. Damn it. Okay, oh shit. Hiding it. Okay. God. Oh God. Thank God. Thank goodness, not get the sword. Adaptability, cool. I like that. Oh yeah. Okay.
完璧。こっちの準備は。さてと。完璧。これでいい？さてと。完璧。また任せて。
Good shit. That. Glowing. This is running amazing.
ここから下に行ける。さ
Like, I don't know what's so wrong with me.
流入結晶のつながりを打ち消した。今ぐらいの結晶ならこいつ程度で十分だ。そして成分の純度を高め固めたものがナタのペンダントだ。本当に行くのか？
どうしても確かめる必要があるんだ。
そうか。近頃この先には警備用に作られたガーディアンがうろついている。奴から逃げることは難しいだろう。気をつけてくれ。道なりに進んだら一度根を伝って上に行きなさい。安全な場所がある。
Okay.
ありがとう。
我々には見えない道を見ている君たちならきっと無事を祈る。
さあ、いよいよですね。これも大地の背骨なんだよね。
Oh, damn.
電流脈だっけ？大きな木みたい。こんな場所には来たことがなかった。電流脈は流動で作られたエネルギーを運んでいます。これだけのものがあるということは、
はるか下に流動が。
おそらくそうでしょう。根を使って上へということはこの先です。よし、一丁作りますか。万全ですね。皆さん、よし、ある種私はキャンプを守るよ。では二人ともセクレトへ。警備用。
Oh, shit. Here we go. Guardian Odogaron. Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. Now I'm bleeding. Like good shit. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Good shit, good shit. Okay. Okay. This is Doshigama. Oh yeah. Good shit. Good shit, good shit. Good shit, good shit. On the zoo woo. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh my god, it's aggressive as fuck. What the fuck? Okay. I'm getting tired. Yo, what up? What the fuck is in your tags? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Did you see new dudes? Okay, there's a story behind that. So I'm on a stream team called Sob Squad. And Sob Squad's original name was supposed to be Nude Dudes. Get naked, Kylo. I mean... I delivered. Anyways, basically it was called Nude Dudes. and I don't swing that way. But it's called Nude Dudes, and basically it was Sob Squad by Space, you know, it's by Space Funeral and stuff like that. Mercus is the person who made Sob Squad. He's also friends with Simple Flips, who also happens to be on Sob Squad as well. As well as everybody like Linneus, everybody else like that, Foxen. People I know, people I'm in my stream team Discord with, that I have yet to do a few things with, but I've done some archipelagos with them before in the past. But basically, it's yeah, so it was called Nude Dudes because it was supposed to be called that, but now the inside joke is everybody who's in Sub Squad uses Nude Dudes. You're like, Nude Dudes got it? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not like that. What I'm saying is the stream team was supposed to be called Nude Dudes, but Mercus ended up getting rejected on it by Twitch, so it got called Sob Squad based on his favorite game. I think it's like Space Funeral, Space Carnival. Hypno Space, yeah. So Mercus was doing that. Now everybody who has it, who's in Sob Squad, should have the Nude Dude tag, or at least people who are aware. Pretty cool shit. I do say so myself. Well, the fuck is it? So you're getting new laptop RAM? I will say, if you do have issues with Pop OS, I would also suggest maybe trying out Pika OS. Because right now it's running pretty good. Things are working pretty well on it. I do want to test to see if the dependencies will install, or if I have to start looking up different things for like that. Oh, it's below me. Below. Oh, I think it went back in its little cave. Hell yeah. Yeah, so you're getting new laptop RAM. That's our new computer RAM. I hope it improves your stuff. It looks like a fucking Cthulhu or a Kraken. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. 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 Oh, the wrong button. Ah. Hell yeah. That's the good shit. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. This might have been the last hunt for the night. Hell yeah, dragon resist tool. I'm getting so many jewels. Be used for decorations.
よかった。連続の狩猟でしたのにお見事でした。それにしてもいろいろと分かってきましたね。一度キャンプに戻りましょう。驚いたね。ガーディアンとじゃあ聞け。
Okay, cool. Little pop-up camp. Mission complete.
準備できたら行こう。僕、ここ
Can I talk to the fucking person, please?
よ。何が必要
Oh my god. Dude, this one's okay. But it's slightly worse.
さて、どうしようか。何が必要
I might try the bow.
さて、どうしようか。
Ooh, zoo woo. I like that. Assassin's Creed type shit. Maximum might. Oh shit. The Ebony Odogaron. Looks like fucking Golden Knight Garo.
気になるものはあるさて、どうしようか。じゃあ作ろうか。
Cool. weather's like real quick. The weather was really bad. May I have your pronouns? He, him. I'm a guy. That's how I am. Check the weather real quick. Because last night it was really bad. I barely got any sleep. You're keeping them? No. Let's see here. See if there's any sort of warning. But now it's just raining. Rain shower. There's no alerts, right? Map. Just rain. Yep, it's gonna rain until 5 a.m. Alright. We are good to go. I'm no longer... that kind of like, it kind of jolted me awake a little bit. It's like, I've been up for a while now. I wonder how good Sword and Shield is. Like, I'm probably gonna like get like a weapon per element, honestly, on that way. All right.
さてどうしようか。
I do like that. Stamina surge. Intimidator. Is that bonus skills? Oh, that's good.
これでいい？ああ。
Guardian Rathalos plate. I might do another one of those. Okay. There's I'm gonna see if I can find my ring light real quick. Like, I'm tired of it like not capturing the screen. I'm gonna have to get like a cheap ring light. I'll have to look in a box tomorrow when I'm more awake. yeah, I need to check. I need to check to see if I can put Mission Center on this OS. Pretty certain I can. Hell yeah. Oh shit, okay. Yeah. Mounted. Hell yeah. Good shit. Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I can eat while you're falling. All right, good shit, good shit. Oh god. Guardian, those Shagamas can destroy camps? Oh no. Alright, good shit, good shit. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, good shit, good shit. Okay. Oh no. I'm dead. I died. I'm really close though. Oh, I got okay. I'm gonna try a trap. Okay. Yeah, good shit.
僕ここで待ってるから。
補給を忘れずにと。
よっ。何が必要？何が必要？何が必要？いつでも待ってるよ。どう？作ってかない？
Okay. I'm getting tired. So far, so good. Really good. Really impressed with the OS right now. Running this game just fine. Where no bar would even struggle at. It has a dedicated driver manager for the Mesa drivers, right? Good stuff. I think it's really good stuff. Oh, is this updating? It's validating. Oh well. Anyways, it's some good stuff right there. I really do like. I did like this OS. But anyways, but yeah, to get apps in this, you have to use Discover, which is okay. I mean, Discover is okay, but like, I want Mission Center. I do find Mission Center kind of useful. Let's see if I can raid pretty soon. But yeah, I will definitely be doing that. I do want to do a Dota 2 stream again. I think this game has potential. Yeah, I'm sure like a lot of these games will run just fine. It's like, yeah, the code base might be different for a lot of things, but like this is still using Proton, it's still getting put through a compositor and stuff like that. Let's see something. The Linux is just great. Like, you can choose your drivers here. Honestly, now that I think about it, I might as well just install that. I guess better Xbox One X. Cool. Just a driver, so it should be fine. Like the little ache logo, like how it moves a little bit when you start putting it the OS. Yeah, it's just good. It's just some good shit. Like no joke, it's just good. I like how it uses refined. I like how it's like I think the refined boot manager might be better than like how I tried to set it up prior to that. As long as I don't mess with any settings, that should be fine. Um, yeah, some really good stuff though. But yeah, I also have, in case something happens, I have cinnamon as well. Right now I'm just using plasma. It's working. I think the cinnamon the DE is pretty good, but yeah. Um, yeah, this is like good stuff here. They got this. I think VK Bath Salt's also a let's go overlay. This overlay does look a little different. So I don't have the other options. But yeah. It does work with Messen. And yes, I mean actually I probably don't need this. Cool. But yeah, I'm at Mission Center real quick. You see the CPU I have, memory. It's a good thing to look at because you can see how much your stuff is going to be utilized. It's kind of similar to how Windows does it. Which is okay. But yeah, whenever you're going through Pika OS, you'll be greeted with this. And honestly, like at first I was kind of skeptical on how good it was until like standard stuff here, like that, I like that, I like these two things here, pretty good. And I clicked on the recommended editions. I was blown away because it's like Steam Luatrix, Overlay plus Mango Head, Wine Tricks, VK Basalt, and many more. Basically everything you need. Plus the heroic game launcher in bottles, which is everything you need. This is Pika OS right here. Pretty good. You get options to install that. Type font emulate Windows font rendering. Maybe I might install that. I'm not installing that or that. Just to get. Would I recommend it? Yes, but the thing is, I don't know if the packages work on it. So it might not. I just have to check. Like, it is Debian based, so it's like basically Ubuntu is based on Debian, and then there's a lot of distros that are based on Ubuntu, and then there are distros that are based on Debian, and this distro here is a Debian distro, and it's pretty good. Like, I think I can. Is there like a fast fetch will end up leaking my IP? I need to like find a different fetch real quick. Yo, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Tesla. I'm just curious if there even is Pokey fetch. Like Neo fetch. Green fetch. China. High fetch. High fetch is cool. That's what Vinny uses. Pika fetch should be in the Pika OS get T. This? Okay, I see. Pika OS get. No idea what the fuck that. How would I install it? How do I even go about that? Like, oh, it just works. Okay, there we go. It was not installed. It literally, I don't think it was installed. Yeah, it was not installed. I did not have it installed. But it's installed now. Yeah, this is like NeoFetch. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. I like it. I use let's see if I can like pull. I use Linux Mint for the streaming PC, so like both are good right now. Pretty good shit though. I said I'm gonna see here. I'm gonna send this to somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna send this to somebody I know. They'll like it. But yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Still have to get like stuff like DuckStation set up, I think. Yeah. So I had it set up prior to this on Nobara, but then Nobara had like a critical error and it just wouldn't work on my computer. But Pika OS is working just fine. I do have top grade. I managed to get top grade working on this. Because at first it wouldn't install the dev file, but then it eventually did. But yeah, it's pretty good stuff, you know. Cargo, PipX, Flatpak. System update, you know, firmware updates, stuff like that. Let's see here. But yeah, you get greeted with a bunch of things. It's pretty good. And it runs games pretty well. Honestly, kind of blown away by that. I thought Debian would like struggle from that, but like apparently not. Apparently if you just do it right, it will be fine. Yeah. Vim, Spectacle. What the fuck isn't Spectacle on my... I need my Spectacle, you know? My screen capturing tool. KDE is fine. I do kind of wish there's an edition with Cinnamon. But you can still download Cinnamon. What the fuck is this? Anyways. Yeah. Pretty good stuff. I really do like that. I also like this. Super GFX. So like power active. Like I don't know you know any way to change that. It seems to be running just fine. Yeah. A heroic. All these games. Those games I'm not playing. All these games I didn't buy. This is me going into Epic Games and getting a free game. Ah. So to my understanding, oh yeah, I need to show people the Linux guide to VTubing real quick. Oh. I made this. Made this guide on how you can VTube on Linux. Pretty good stuff. Links it, and it's gonna be expanded upon when I start testing other OSs with my laptop, just to see if things work properly. That's the main part, whole part of that. So it's a huge list, but I'm pretty certain since like, yeah. I mean Debian uses apt, but it's not like, there are some things that are different that are not like Ubuntu in a way, and it kind of throws you off a little bit if you come from it's like Whiplash. All right, but yeah, the Debian unstable isn't Arch exactly, but it's pretty rolling. That's the Debian branch Pika uses. Honestly, it's probably for the better. And if Pika is able to make the Debian unstable branch stable, like it'd be unstable stable kind of thing, that'd be also pretty cool. Like a lot of what people are looking for when it comes to an OS, they're basically looking for something like you know, something stable and that works. Whenever you run into like some kind of minor inconvenience to where the OS just wouldn't boot, or it would give you a black screen, or it continue to have issues it never normally would have, then honestly it probably wouldn't be bad to go on to another distribution. The only distribution I'd say, like outside of it having kernel panics every once in a while, Linux Mint is really good. Linux Mint is a really good Linux distribution to get the ball rolling. That is the de facto Linux distribution that you should start out with. A lot of people who are like on Arch, a lot of people who are on Fedora, you know, on these other more advanced distributions, or they're able to do things that are more difficult that you could probably do easier in other distributions because they have better, you know, optimized defaults. Might end up saying things like, oh, you know, Linux Mint, it uses Xorg, right? But like, no, that's the thing that's supposed to get you into the door. Like, it's not supposed to have just Wayland out at the gate. Like, a new person coming from Windows probably won't want to use GNOME. But the only two things I could think of that they probably want to use is KDE and Cinnamon, because it feels the most at home with that. And then you also have the thing to where it's like, okay, maybe I want a little bit more on my OS. Well, I would have recommended Nobara after you start using Mint. But now, since Nobara was giving me issues, and I didn't feel like waiting on them to fix it or trying to troubleshoot it, using Pika OS might be the next best thing after you're done with like Linux Mint, because Linux Mint's like it's very stable, it's boring by design, but it works and it doesn't break shit. It gets the job done, which is basically what the streaming PC is doing. It's getting the job done. It's not giving me any issues. It is just working, and that's also how I feel like Pika OS most of the time. Outside of the time it did freeze during a game, which I do think is just a Mesa regression. You know, as part of the updated part of Mesa Git. Then again, it only crashed like almost 2 hours in, so like a significant amount of time at least. But if you're going from like Linux Mint to Pika OS, well, the jump isn't super huge, but it is still. But you also get Wayland support. You also get a global game mode. You don't have to actually go and download game mode like Feral Game Mode. You don't have to put game mode run %. You can just launch the game, because as long as you're using any version of Proton Experimental, GE Proton, it runs it in the Falcon game mode, which is really good, because I don't think Debian can install game mode, because I tried and it didn't work. So that it just didn't work. So like I just didn't even bother to do it. And I was like looking it up, and I was like, oh, this is this is game mode. I didn't know how it worked until somebody told me that, like, okay, you know, you boot the game up, you go to Steam, you know, it immediately goes into game mode. So this is already a distribution that is just ready to let you play your games immediately. Like Linux Mint, you can do that as well, but like at the same time, you don't have game mode running all the time. You don't have Mango HUD running all the time. You don't have GameScope running all the time. You have to go and manually install those. With a distribution like this feels like it's like right at home on what people should be using on Linux after they get done using something like Mint or Pop OS, because when you are releasing a distribution like this, and you do have, you know, people just trying to get things done, since this has pretty good optimized defaults, and it's pretty much up there in the top 4 Linux distributions on what people should be using, which would be Catchy OS, Nobara when it works, Pika OS, and then there's another one, I think. But like, it's very much good because it's already optimized out of the box. It grabs your drivers, it installs everything. It does everything that Nobara does, but it also does other things that are better, in my opinion. Like being able to not have to go through the terminal to switch your graphics driver. You could just go into the thing, click on the graphics driver you want, and then you'll be able to then update it to either stable or like whatever graphics driver you decide to do it, or any other drivers, like, you know, the Xbox controller driver I installed. So it's like, it pretty much works. The only caveat to any sort of Linux distribution is if you're using something like, if you're playing League of Legends, whatever the fucking other game is, a shooting game, playing something like Destiny or anything with like some kernel level anti-cheat or anti-cheat that wasn't enabled with Linux, then you might run into issues with those games. But yeah, rip League of Linux. Yeah, I saw the Reddit post. It was fucking crazy. I wanted to play it on Linux at one point, but I was like, nah, I can kind of like, you know, Dota 2 will do. Dota 2 will do. But yeah, it's like, you got people like, people are gonna be like either gonna go to Windows 11, or they're gonna get into the point to where they are going to go to something like you know, Mac or Linux. Some people might have the money to go buy a Mac whenever people like just don't want to deal with Windows 11's bullshit. But I think some people might forget that Linux exists, and as long as you use Linux, it's free. You have the option to donate to the people who are making it, and you know, as long as this is working correctly, you're not getting massive issues, then pretty much any Linux OS is good for you. But I still recommend at least using something that's easy to use. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if you're coming from Windows, where it's very simplified, it's not as simplified as a Mac is, but it's simplified enough to let anybody try to use the computer. If you're coming from that and you're wanting to go to Linux, don't even worry about what these other people who are like been using Linux for years have been doing. Like, oh, I'm on Arch, I'm on Nix, by the way, you should be doing this, and this. Oh, you want help? Go figure it out yourself. Like, no, who gives a shit? Just fucking get any Linux distribution that has optimized defaults like Pika OS, Linux Mint. I mean, Linux Mint's kind of, you know, it's good. Pop OS, you know, Nobara, Catchy OS, you know, stuff like that. Stuff that like you get those architectures and they all work, but you're also not jumping through a lot of hoops to get anything to work either. Which is basically what Linux needs. Linux needs to be able to make a lot of things work out of the box at the expense of other things just not working at all. At least for now. And right now, since the Steam Deck is basically being recognized as a console, developers are now, you know, developing stuff like that for the Steam Deck. Which is, which it might be the start of either hardware-specific Linux distributions for different games, or a kernel-specific thing that could be used on every Linux distribution, which is what I'm hoping happens at one point whenever people start to whenever, you know, these big companies start to realize and go, oh, maybe we should start, you know, help, you know, putting money into Proton so Linux users can play our games too. Like it's that easy. Just do it. Just make it easy for people to play. Make it easy for people to use. And a lot of these distributions just, you know, are just doing the stat now. Having, you know, asking a Windows user to switch to Linux, they're likely going to say no. I noticed firsthand somebody said no to me at least twice. Well, two different people said no to me, but it happened at least twice. It's like, okay, that's fine. You know, you can use Windows 11. That's fine with me. But don't come crying to me when, you know, it's, you know, when your OS starts to turn to shit and you start having a lot of issues that a lot of Linux users who stream do not have. Also, there's also the fact that Linux games just run generally better than they do on Windows, because Windows is so fucking borked that any sort of optimization fix you get, you're not even going to be able to hit the frame rates that Linux does on a decent amount of games. Some games Windows might be able to get more FPS on, but this is more about like stability and driver support. Yeah, and it tried that in the past, but they ended up fucking it up. It's all Ubuntu's fault for that. But now, since Valve is sort of providing the Steam Deck with people, now there's other hardware vendors like the ROG Ally are also offering SteamOS installs. And if this continues to go on, we are either going to get actual like Linux computers, you know, tuxedo computers, you know, custom Linux computers people are able to buy, or we're going to straight up just get like these consoles that get put into retail, you know, stuff that can be used for like Linux to sort of help people get their foot in the door. Like anything helps, really. If you've used a Steam Deck, you've been using Linux the entire time. And it's not only just the Steam Deck. I'm pretty certain the PlayStation uses their own proprietary version of their firmware UI Linux, as well as Nintendo using their own version of like Linux interface. It's not a traditional kind of Linux, but it is Linux. Now, Xbox uses a different version of Windows for the Xbox consoles. Xbox One used a different version of Windows 8, and then the Xbox Series X and S is basically using a modified version of Windows 10 to kind of get everything running. But it's not going to be the same thing because you can't run, you know, Windows games on them. Now, Chromebooks use Google Linux, yeah. So there's a reason why people don't really count Chromebooks. Like if you were to count Chromebooks are being sold in retail centers. I used to work retail as well. I don't anymore, of course. Just fuck that. But you know, technically Chromebooks are Linux as well, but it's also a big company kind of Linux deal. So it's technically in stores already, but like it's a very small form. Like we need somebody, we need some sort of vendor to be able to go into a store and say, hey, we could put our laptops in your store, give people more of an option. Because you're already selling Windows computers and Mac computers. Why not sell a Linux computer? I think one of the maybe one of the obstacles is, say like they're renting it and they mess it up and they take it back to get repaired. Well, the only other recourse is if they fucked it up, we don't know what happened to it, you'd have to reinstall it. So I think if they were going to release any sort of hardware version of a console or hardware version of a laptop, they should give you the option. I mean, they should send out immutable desktop distributions for that. For the reason being, the people who use these other computers probably won't know Linux that well. Because I'm pretty certain you can still get some sort of etching program to flash the ISO to a flash drive in case you wanted to switch from, like, let's say there's, you know, selling Bazite computers, right? Like, this computer runs Bazite, it'd make a good home theater PC. Home theater, people are selling home theater PCs in a Walmart, you know, stuff like that. Well, somebody didn't like Bazite, since Linux is an open source OS, and also since Linux is able to have very many distributions, this person can go like, okay, I don't want to use Bazite anymore, let me try using Pika OS, you know, stuff like that, or Linux Mint, or whatever they want to do. But I think as far as like the end user is concerned, that way they don't mess with any core files. It might be better just to start shipping out, which it's already happening with like the framework desktop, but it's expensive as fuck. Is to preload Bazite on gaming computers, but make it a version of Bazite that lets you start it out as immutable, but then gives you an option to toggle off the immutable to make it mutable, without having to jump through hoops to go through the terminal to try to even do that. Because a lot of people, you know, who own a Windows computer can barely use it. They can barely understand how to use it if they have not been using computers for very long. So you have to go in with the intention if you're going to sell Linux computers of any kind, that the person who's buying it doesn't know what the fuck they're doing with it. Until they do, of course. That's the best case scenario you can do for that. Same thing with Macs. Macs are slightly, you know, better off than Windows right now, but Macs are very closed source. They also suffer from performance problems if you're not video editing, and you have to make sure you get the right amount of, you know, you have to make sure you get the right model, right, you know, all that shit. But at least out the gate, it's not spying on you, in the way like it's taking pictures of your desktop. Apple is still spying on you regardless. It's gonna happen, but at least they're upfront about it. Unlike Windows, like, not even being upfront with that at first. But the best option, like, overall, you know, from somebody who's been using it, I've been using Linux since last May. Yeah, badass PC. You can buy yourself a Nintendo Switch and a PC. Like, why wouldn't you do that, you know? And since we're getting so far into the Linux world, and I've been on Linux since, like, officially on these, you know, on my gaming computer and stuff since, like, since I gotta get some drink. My fucking mouth is dry. You gotta make sure, like, you're gonna, like, sell that computer. Since that, you gotta make sure it's at least a computer somebody doesn't fuck up. Make it even usable. Because Linux, like, a lot of people are just better off using Linux. Because the thing is, like, Linux, there's so many distributions, right? There's like over 10K or even more. And it's even growing every day. So, like, yeah, it is pretty good stuff. If I'm able to do all this with this computer and it not affect me and have to be forced to use Windows on one of them, I think Linux is gonna have a good year for the next couple of years. Because right now, it just feels like Linux is just doing everything right. Now, I do get some flack for using Linux from some people. Mainly a lot of Windows users I'm friends with as well. Who we've been friends with for a while. They're like, oh, this wouldn't have happened on Windows. Well, like, you're right, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have taken me a couple of hours just to, you know, figure out that a certain thing didn't work. But it's the principle as well that I don't want to use Windows anymore as my daily driving computer. Now I do have an install for Windows in case I have to use it for something very esoteric, but I'm not gonna like install it on any of this stuff. I'd have to get like a cheap ass computer to do that, or like a really small one, sort of do esoteric shit on it. But like, I don't know, Microsoft is just fucking garbage. And when you're going from Windows 10, you had a lot of good performance in comparison to Windows 11, and then you pair up Windows 11 next to something like Nobara or Catchy OS, and you start to notice that Linux is doing better on a lot of games, and the frame time is a lot more stable on a lot of games than Windows 11. And you gotta kind of wonder why people are not just switching to Linux all the time. Well, it's because it's not being advertised that greatly. It's only by word of mouth for the most part, and Valve Steam Deck. So like, yeah. But it does seem like it is getting a little more popular, because I think another country's starting to realize that there's some sort of like power regulations or something, and they might end up using Linux or something like that. Like, I don't know the full story on that, but it's very good. There's just a lot of stuff I just know. Yeah, pretty good Linux rant, honestly. Like, I've never felt so satisfied with an OS or OSs since Windows 7 Ultimate. I've not been satisfied with a computer OS in general since Windows 7 Ultimate. The reason why I'm saying that is because Windows 10 added certain things like telemetry and other things that were not so great, that impacted the performance just a little bit, but it was still enough to piss people off. And now Microsoft's taken the full 9 yards to where they end up you know, doing a similar thing with Windows 11, but they add a lot of bloat to it, and it's not good. Like, the processors are not good, like when they're running in the background or something, you know. Got more popular, certainly. When you started using Linux, market share was 2%. 5 isn't much, but over twice. Yeah, that's crazy too, yeah. Like, if it wasn't for Linux, I probably would fucking be pulling my hair out using Windows. Like, one day I was just trying to get like a new GPU for my computer. Like, you know what, once I get the AMD GPU, I'm gonna go ahead and just you know, install Linux on it, because I was having issues with Windows 10, to where Windows 10 was causing me a problem that was very blatant. So the OS started to glitch out, and I know I installed all the updates, and I wasn't like sure as to what was happening, as to why my computer was being slower. And I go to look it up, and it's like, well, so yeah, I go to look it up, and then it's like, well, you know, it's because they were taking away updates that were vital to the computer. You see, they decided there was no better time to force. God damn, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped using Windows for a variety of reasons. One of them was basically for stability and driver support, because like I was having issues using Windows 10. Because not only was that like, oh, I'm so excited to play Kingdom Hearts. I am so excited. I get ready to start playing it. I'm playing it for an hour, and then all of a sudden the game quits out, and I see a message, and it says the driver timeout issue for AMD cards. And I continue to try to troubleshoot it, and I was like, this is not working. Nothing is working. Somebody fucked it up for Windows, right? So what I end up doing is I'm like, you know what? You know, I'm not gonna wait until October. And this happened like April into May, from when I like really started using it. Like, you know what, I'm not gonna wait till October till the shit dies. I'm just gonna install Linux. So start looking up what Linux distributions I want to use. And I had previously tried out, you know, others in the past when I was a lot younger, But I had to use my laptop as the guinea pig to sort of like help me figure things out in a decent manner of way of doing it, at least. So I started out with Endeavor OS, and it had a inferior version of Plasma on it where it caused the whole OS to freeze. I think I tried Pop OS on it once as well. I think I also was putting Linux Mint on it, and I saw Linux Mint. I was like, you know what? This is really good. I love this shit. I love it. It's very simple and it works. Doesn't give me problems, you know? So like using a Windows OS is just fucking bad, in my opinion. That's just how I'm feeling about it, because like, yeah, you can use it, yeah, people use it, you know, for whatever reason, but it's so fucking boring. I guess you can install fast fetch on Windows. I've done it before. Not weird, but I did it through PowerShell, which is their version of Terminal. But yeah, it's like, it's just, you know, it's just what it is like. It's just good. That's all it is. It's good. It provides me the stuff I need. And Windows had slowly tore that away from me to the point to where I was just like, I'm done. I'm switching. And then, you know, here we are. I'm running Linux Mint on another computer, and I'm also using Giga OS for my gaming stuff because it works really well. And then you got some dumbass people like, oh, League of Legends doesn't work on it. I can't play Hero 6 Siege. I can't do all this, and this. It's like, that's fine, but it's not. That is not Linux's fault. Because Linux is very capable of playing any anti-cheat game that are blocked. Linux is very capable of doing that. The only problem is the developers of those said games are not allowing it, or they're just not enabling it. That's what creates an issue where people think, oh, Linux is not going to be able to run it. Like, no, Linux can run it. I guarantee you, Linux can run it. But it's up to the developers to support it. Like, I know if it can run League of Legends, it can run fucking Valorant, it can run Destiny 2, it can run anything that requires DirectX or OpenGL. So, yeah. I can't use Photoshop. Like, you know what you can use? There's a little program called GIMP, right? And if you don't like GIMP, you can use a little program called Krita. Even though Krita's a drawing app, you can still use it for Photoshop stuff. And you got people who are using like fucking Adobe Photoshop, and they're like, I tried to use GIMP, but it's missing certain things. Like, it's free software, dumbass. It's going to miss certain things, but it's also going to give you everything else. Like you can't go into Linux expecting everything that you were using on Windows to work. Like, I can't use Voicemeeter, but you know what my alternative to Voicemeeter is? For like audio and stuff? OBS and QPW graph. Because they both work. I can hear the game, and you know, people can hear the game on stream. People can hear me talk. It's all good stuff. Just, yeah, you got these people on the internet going like, oh, you know, GIMP sucked. It's not good. Like, no, it works. It's fine. I've been using it for years. So I refuse to buy Adobe Photoshop products. It's completely fine if you know what you're doing. Everything that you can do in GIMP is doable in Photoshop. Well, other way around, but you know what I mean. So it's like, you know, people are just not. It's gonna take time for people to realize it. And eventually, once people do realize that, oh, Linux is a really good distribution, good OS, I feel like I have more freedom on my computer. I'm not getting notifications or pop-ups saying I need to go buy this shit. You need to go into the Microsoft Store and download Candy Crush. Like, I'm not getting that. What I am getting, though, is I'm getting a good experience, an insanely good experience. Most, if not all, of my games work on it. I can VTube on it, I can stream on it, I can multi-stream on it. So like, where's the issue? Other than proprietary software that doesn't work. That is the only problem. And the problem is not even Linux's fault. The problem is the developer. That's what people have been saying for years. That's the developer's fault. Because it is. It's their fault for not supporting it. Yeah. Also, yeah, Linux app stores ain't bloat like trash one. Because when you go to look into the Linux Software Center, or you go to Discover, or you go to FlatHub, well, everything there serves a purpose for what people wanted there, because people wanted it to be there to begin with. This community ran. People were like, you know what? I think I want Nestopia to be a Flatpak. Let's go ahead and make that. Push it up to FlatHub. Let FlatHub do stuff. We can go ahead and edit the the presentation part of everything. Tell you what it does, and then you can install any Flatpak since it's all in a container on any distribution, as long as it's modern and supports Flatpak. And it's not bloated. And it runs fast. And it does every little single thing. It hits every mark damn near. Of course, it misses a few that are very blatant. But it hits almost every damn mark on what makes it a good OS to use for streaming and content creating, right? It's all those marks. And yet, people are still thinking Linux cannot... Yet, people are still thinking that Linux is difficult to use. Why are you torturing yourself using it? You should be using Windows. The whole Windows OS... the fucking Windows... spyware. Oh, it's not that bad. It's just another thing on Windows. Like, it's that bad if you're continuing to allow companies to do things with your computer that you should have control over. If you had built your computer, for example, you purchase the parts on a computer, right? You purchase all your parts, and then you go to get Windows, right? Well, Windows will tell you that, well, you know what? You can't use the full extent of your computer. You can't, you have to get a license key to even use it, and it's not free, and it's just not something that people want to use at that point. When you go to get, the same computer you built, you decide to get Linux on it, well, you're gonna notice, like, depending on the distribution you chose, your performance is gonna be much better. The hardware is actually communicating with the OS better, and you're getting less overhead. And that is further justified by Mission Center. Because with Mission Center, slaps you with ads inside. Yeah, that also sucks. Like, if you look at Mission Center, right? This is the gaming computer. Look at the utilization. It's hopping between 1, 3, and 5%, depending on what you're doing. Out the gate, Windows would probably make you use at least 25% of that. Because it's not debloated, and some of those processes are also using up your GPU. Same thing with the CPU. CPU's at 3%. Not very high, it's barely doing anything. Let's say you were to load up Firefox, well then this number is gonna rev right up. And your memory, it's only using about 3. And Windows it might use 6, it might use even more than that. Like I'm not hating on Windows users, but I am hating on the fact that Microsoft is not doing things that people actually want. They're doing things that they want. They want to make money off ads. They want you to not have access or even full control over your computer. They want to make sure that they know every little single thing about your computer, and that you're not allowed to change much of anything. And what Ubisoft was saying, in comparison to what Valve was saying, over various things. With the Ubisoft executive, they're like, people will own nothing and be happy, right? So like, if you can't own your OS, then do you truly own your hardware at that point? Like, of course you own it, right? You bought it. But if you went to go buy an OS only for them to go and say, oh, no, you can't do this, you gotta watch an ad. You gotta do all this other shit. You gotta witness like 5 different windows or different fucking pop-ups or forced restarts. Linux doesn't do that at all. Linux lets you own your own desktop. You can customize it as soon as you download it. You can make a fork of it. You can do anything you want with Linux. And it will use the full extent of your hardware. You're not having any sort of huge overhead. And the bottlenecking is also, you know, you're not really going to bottleneck that much either. Because the way the kernel works in Linux is it's optimized to be used on older hardware as well as newer hardware. And as far as people are like, oh, you know, people, it's gonna get so bad that you know, people who will not switch from Windows to Linux, they're gonna start pirating Windows. They're gonna start getting you know, keys that they have to pay for in order to try to use it. But the people that do realize that, like that realize that, are like either moving to Fedora or some other distribution, depending on what's going on. But yeah, it's just it's quite possibly, like, Linux is quite possibly the best form of you know, freedom of expression as far as like being able to use an OS without it trying to fuck you, you know. And then, like, you know, no issues really. But I think I've ranted long enough. I'm gonna go ahead and raid somebody so I can go to bed. Really do appreciate everybody coming by. I really appreciate everybody watching me, you know, play Monster Hunter and then rant about we've had less Linux panics. And yeah, kernel panics don't happen that often. Windows will give you blue screens of death for various fucking things that don't make any sense. I mean, you know, if you don't know what the fucking codes mean. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid so I can go to bed. I do appreciate everybody who's following, everybody who decided to stop by. So far, Pika OS is pretty good. If it continues to be good, I'll stay on it. So I'm not really a distro hopper. I'm more of a, oh shit, this does not work after I've tried it 5 or 6 times. And I can verify that it didn't work on my computer. Let me try something else. I'm not a distro hopper. I don't like doing that very often, because you literally get nothing done. But I'm gonna go and see who I can raid. Who is live? Let's see here. Yeah, I need to go to bed. It's like fucking 5 a.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll likely be playing more Monster Hunter. Oh my god. I'll like be playing more Monster Hunter because I enjoy it. But at some point, I'm probably gonna make a schedule where I'll also be playing Fate, Awakens, or whatever the fuck. I can't even think properly. I'm gonna go ahead and raid. I'm gonna raid Brother Slime. Brother Slime's cool. We're playing Final Fantasy VII speedruns. I don't think they use Linux though. It doesn't matter if they don't, but I hope they do later on. But I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna go to bed. I am fucking delirious right now. Hope you all have a good night, and I will catch y'all later. Bye bye.